Happy Wednesday, my friends. I hope you're having a wonderful, fantastic day. I hope things are going super well for you. I didn't have the right thing open. Thank you for the check-in, Mystic. Thank you for the check-in music. Thank you for the check-in, Kai. Thank you for the check-in, Sevi. I see a cutie. I sees the cuties. Is very hot, hide. Tis is. We cannot, we can't lie about this one. It's hot. It's supposed to get hotter. They're calling for thunderstorms, so let's fingers crossed. We don't have that issue of it like fucking stuff up. Cause I don't want to do that. No. I want my summer. I want my summer, but just without the bees, please. That's all I request. Just no bees. I'll be happy without it. Actually, that'd be great, you know. Why am I still having encoding issues? You're probably registering from the wrong fucking system. I would like spring. Autumn is okay, I guess. It's not my favorite though. There we. But I like the weather. I like the sun. I like the warmth. I don't really care for the humidity, but I like the warmth. I like to feel it on my skin. I like to go to the beach. And I like to be comfortable, and that is just, you know, I like to be comfortable. That's what I want. I want comfy cozies. Index of 110. Yeah, it's not that bad for us here. It's currently 76 and rain. I don't know if it's raining though. With a high of 83. Oh, now they're not saying thunderstorms at all? You bitches. I suffered all day because of you. But the heat index, let's see. We've got feels like 78 or 79. Humidity is 87%. Yeah. Supposed to rain today and tomorrow. That's it. I got nothing else. I felt like shit all day. And then I was fighting my boss. Like I had a sinus. He's so lucky I didn't punch him in his face. But guys, you know how I solved my issue today? So like I had this fear because my boss snuck out while I was in the conference room trying to deal with government officials, or trying to get a hold of government officials, I should say. And I was like, he's probably gonna try to call me, and I don't want to deal with him. I'm gonna fight a bitch. So I've found a way to turn my phone off without turning my phone off. I can physically turn off the cellular data. So if I turn that off, then my phone goes into SOS mode and I have Wi-Fi capabilities, but I don't have cellular capabilities. So he can't call me. And I'm like, peace and quiet. Because I told my mom, I was like, if you need me for any emergencies, contact Doc. My phone's gone off. As I'm like realizing I can actually do this. Because I was going to just turn my phone off physically. Because I don't want to have that shit today. It's frustrating. And that's just straight up how I feel. Like I'm not gonna go into the nitty gritties. You guys all know I hate my job. But we all know sales just wants to make a sale. They don't care how you make. They don't care how you make them the sale, but they want the sale. And that's pretty much just all it comes down to at the end of the day. And you know, if everyone tells you no, don't try to demand a yes, because the answer is no. You know. But I was super frustrated, and because I was super sick today, I kind of figured 14 was not going to happen because my sinuses were not in the mood to have flashing lights. Like they just couldn't put up with PvP lights or reclear lights. So we're going to do that tomorrow off stream in Discord like we did last week. And today I debated doing Baldur's Gate 3. Like, I was really getting ready to get on my floor, switch my capture card over to my 5, and play Baldur's Gate 3 and flirt with Karlach. Like, I was okay with that. Like, that was going to be my night. You know, with everybody, like, that's what we were going to do. And then I'm sitting here, on my computer doing stuff, and I loaded Inquisition, and I said we're playing Inquisition. We're just going to vibe with Inquisition, because it is a cozy game for me, and I'm also trying to 100% it. I am over halfway there. There are, ready guys, are you ready for this? There are 69 achievements listed on Steam. This is why it's my favorite game. There are 69 achievements. I have 39 of them. So we're doing pretty good. We're doing pretty good on achievements. I know some of the stuff is like activate all of the octos and whatnot, and I don't. I need to. So like eventually I'm gonna have a save where we do that. Maybe it's this one. I don't know. I have enough of them. You'd think one of them, all 100%. But ultimately the goal is to run around Thedas, flirt, and kill things and just feel better and not stress. So I'm gonna be comfy cozy today. You guys should be comfy cozy as well. Make sure you stay hydrated. Make sure you drink all the water. I opened up Mr. Beaker, believe it or not, and he did not open. That is crap. That is interesting. I know you keep trying to open my game up, and I'm not telling you to open my game up. I'm telling you to open Mr. Beaker's. Tech. But yeah, friends, so that's the plan for today. Like I said, tomorrow there is no stream. I do not stream on Thursdays. We will be hanging out in Discord though, playing 14, doing our re-clears, vibing, and then who knows, we'll go from there. And then Friday, I promise we will be in 14. We will do our cult stuff. We will try to work more on relics, all that fun, fantastical stuff that we have to get done, some more PvP. So if you want in on any of that, just let me know, and I will make sure that you are in our party. And then Saturday there is no stream. Saturday I'll be touching grass again with Doc, so we will not be live. But Sunday morning at 7 a.m. we are going live again for a another early morning raid train. This is for the Twitch Creators Club VTuber group, and we are joining the Oshi Pride raid train. It's at 8 a.m. So we'll be going from 7. At least I'm hoping to go live again at 6. We'll see how I feel. But we'll at the very least we'll be live 7 to 9, and we'll be playing Baldur's Gate, the game that we started last week. And then we'll come back at 2 p.m. to play more Mass Effect. So that is the plan and the goal for the rest of this week and early next week. And I hope you guys look forward to it. I'm really excited about it. I like it. I'm super busy, but it makes me not want to punch things, you know, because I try not to be a violent person, but sometimes I am, because people are stupid. Not you guys. You're not included in that people are stupid comment, but like other people are stupid. And they drive me nuts, and you know, punch things. Sometimes I'd be violent. Oh, fuck you. I had this open, that's why. I had this screen. And you don't load me? Tech. The fuck? Why? Why, Tech? Why must you hate me? Why must we play these games, Tech? I don't understand. I thought we were friends. We are friends, you just hate me. Got it, noted, okay. Okay, we're good. I'm here. I quit. My biggest complaint, I lose my mouse. I like my mouse. It is a good mouse. Nope, I want this one. I want that. Okay. This. That. That. Back. Save. Okay. There we go. So this is my cozy save. It is a brand new save. I started it like last weekend. I am a rogue. I have a save. I'm a mage. I'm pretty close to the end on that one. I'm not gonna lie, I don't love it as much because maging is just not fun for me. As a rogue, I murder things because I have better weapons. As a mage, I do not. So, also, guys, Doc got me the alt arts on the Magic the Gathering Final Fantasy characters from 15 because I love 15 and they're really cute. Some of the art is, I think, better than others, but yeah. Is this the same artist? Yeah, both Kato's. Yeah, the art that the one artist did, I don't hate it. I don't love it as much though. But my bestest boy is in from a different artist, and I like that one. So he had them like in my keyboard. Oh, you know, they actually go back in my keyboard because I don't use it. Ha 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 ha. All right. Let me deal with my game being weird. Options. Oh god. There's friendly fire in this game. I never knew that. Oh. Oh! Oh! Oh, it's different stuff. Okay. Hi, Tickle! I don't know! We got Fireball! I don't want to get hit with Fireball. Oh, god damn it. You know, game, I don't want to say anything, but I never updated you. So, like, I don't understand how you became ultra and high and shit. Fireball is always the answer. Exactly. We love our fireballs. I don't want this shit this high. God. Confirm changes, yes. Divine Smite. I mean, that's alright. Guys, I gotta reset my game. Because it was like, Breaking set all the settings super high. And I was like, why? I don't keep them that high. I love my computer, but I don't want to blow it out. Not for Inquisition. I'm gonna blow it out for other games. Guys, I'm sleepy. But like in a not really sort of way. I slept well, I think. Alright. This one. God damn it. This one. This one. I still love it. So OBS is set to encode and yeah, it's set to encode at 12,000 mega something. It does something. It's a high number. I stream at about 6,000 and it goes, your encoder is overloaded. You need to make it higher. It's double what it's supposed to be. What are you doing? All right, load that. Bam, 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 bam. Ugh, guys, everything of me is a mess. My ears are a mess. My head is a mess. Just over it. Ugh. Boo, 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 boo. Push start. Boo, 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 boo. Okay, continue. Okay, let me do this. Okay. Ugh. We good. I fixed my ears. All right. I gotta go back to. Nope. World map. Nope, wrong thing. Go back to the map. I need you. I need you. I gotta go do stuff. I gotta go turn shit in so I can set more shit up. Cause that's what I do. I'm trying to keep up with all of my, I don't want to say tasks, because task isn't the right word, but my little like plotter quests that I don't actually have to handle. I don't know what you call them. Whatever that is, I have to do those, and I'm trying to keep up with them. So every so often, I'm trying to go in and change them out. I can't think what they're called. All right. Whee! Up.
You're worried about the rifts. I understand
Boop.
that.
Boop. I get nothing with the special shipments, but I don't like seeing the exclamation point, so I had to click it.
Herald of Andraste.
Okay. Where do I get diseased tissue from? Tis excellent question. Where do I get diseased tissue from? Whee! Loop. All right. I can't decide which side I want to take. What group of people I want to bring on board. It's very. I'm very unsure. I'm very undecided.
Have you kept in touch with our friends in Lady Esterly's estate? Several balls will play for her tomorrow night. We will have names soon enough.
Okay. Thank you for the check-in, Orneas. Orneas, are you joining me in the We Punch People Day? Templars? I mean, I could. I've been maging it up. I Templared the first time I played. And I've been maging ever since. Yeah. Is today the Punch People Day? Are we punching people? I keep pushing the wrong button because I'm thinking of Baldur's Gate. This one. Hinterlands, no. We want this one. I'm hating my existence on this. I don't have Pable. Interesting day. Oh well, don't let it touch near you. Just oogle it from afar. Like super far, like nowhere near you. Far. I'm not fragile. I'm kind of fragile. It goes rogues deal massive damage but are fragile. I'm not that fragile. My mages die a lot faster than I do. They weak. They're so weak. Okay. Bum 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 bum. Alright. I hate being here. This place sucks. But we'll do it cause I gotta, you know? For leveling or some such. Alright. Oh, it's up here. I know this. I've done this before. Claim! Oh, I fell. God damn it. Can someone put a flag there? Really? No? I gotta go kill people? God damn. Oh, shit. I'm not strong enough for this area! Oh, but I still obliterated them. Alright, I'll take it.
Can't be all of them. There must be more further in.
So if you see the whatchamacallit, the skull, it usually means that they're a lot stronger than you. They are stronger than me, but I guess I can obliterate them. So let's see how far I can go. Okay. Boop. Boop. Oh shit, my inventory's full, isn't it? God damn it. I meant to sell shit and I forgot. Can I sell shit at camp?
Signs of a plague.
I feel like that should have been a nice little feature.
Claim the land. No one living at any rate.
Oh, where am I going? This way. So, Renes, what did they say when you called them back about the work? I'm curious what their excuse slash answer slash what have you was. I can't sell shit. Can I like throw shit somewhere? Like a chest or something? No, I'm getting too... Well, I mean, I guess that's good because they didn't try to be like, oh, our apologies, I'm so sorry, or so, I don't know. Like some half-ass excuse. It's... I don't want to say it's because you bitched about it that they just kind of half-assed it. You know what I mean? Because that still looks really bad on the company, but it's almost like, well, you just complained, so we just wanted to get it done as fast as possible, so we taped up the hole and said, okay, and we left. Even though, like, you had every right to get pissed
Disturbing the water draws.
because they started so freaking late, and then got to you so late, and... Well, hopefully you don't have to fight them like too hard, and they'll get it fixed for you. Oh, you're actually getting eaten alive. Let me come over here and save your butt. All right. Do it for the leveling. I'm not hopeful. I would like to believe that they're not all stupid dumbasses. I would like to believe. Oop. I wanted to click the Blood Lotus, so I didn't click the Blood Lotus. I would like to believe, you know. But like you guys heard me bitching the last 2 days about my job, so you know my hope's not too high. Okay. Alright. I don't know what disease tissue is. Where do I find this? Mr. Skeleton, where are you? I really am like not supposed to be in this area. This is great. I'm thinking about it. I'm like, usually I have like Blackwall with my party or Bull, and I don't have either of them. I haven't played. I'm supposed to go to Val Royeaux. That's my actual official quest. I didn't do that. Da, da, da. I'm just gonna fight stuff though, because you know, leveling. What I say, we're gonna be cozy and we're gonna murder stuff. And we're gonna hate that my encoder keeps. Oh shit! Leave Varric alone, you bitches! Okay. Oh my god, guys! I showered, like I do, you know, most nights after work. And my ears are just such a freaking mess that they're itchy, so I put in my normal, like, after shower drops. And all did make them itchier! Ah! Like, I get it, Q-tipping is bad and stuff, but God. That's all I want to do. Alright, come here, you. Go touch the beacon. Go touch the bacon! Light.
Nicely done.
Sneaky, sneaky, sneaky. No! Come here, you little... Come here.
Look out!
Can I only touch it? God damn it. No. Wait, what? Oh, maybe because there's people here. I want to touch the thing! Guys, stop dying. I'm using this area for leveling. Okay. Do 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 do. Okay. Oh shit, I'm dead. Oh god. You know, if we could just bring me up, that'd be cool. Alright, so these guys might be a little crappier than I anticipated. In terms of my ability to stay alive for them. Hey, I did it!
We could use them to fight on dry land. Keep an eye out for more then.
Okay. We light you. We come over here. We examine you. Hey. I was lightning. I thought that was like something else. So I'm not really strong enough to like fight the beacon stuff. That's what that taught me. Like these guys are easy and the skeletons are easy. It's just the little like stalker dudes that aren't. Okay. Take. I thought that was a stick. I was like, take the stick.
Perhaps if
Oh,
I may.
right. Requires a mage. That's what it's saying. That's what I was doing. Light the fire. Take the fire. Come over here. Examine the fire. There we go. So pretty. Oh shit. No. Put your... There we go. If I don't have him drop it, he won't drop it, and then I will be screwed. See, these guys aren't, like, above level for me. But that screamer dude, he's a pain in the ass. And I'm dead. No! Fuck off! Alright. Come over here. Bring me back. Boop. Oh, you're alive. Go away, you little shit. Go down. Eat arrow. Where did I die? Where my body is. That would make sense. Ha 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 ha. Alright, I'm back. Very good. I'm alive. Right. I still don't have inventory space. Stop dying! Leave him alone! Okay. And then you're a pain in the ass. And you're a pain in the ass. Go down, you little shit! A friend of that container is dead, and I looked over. I'm like, wait, no, she still has health left. We're good. All right, let me loot. And then, are you dead? Yay! Okay, I really can't do this fight. I'm too weak. And my inventory is full. God damn it. Put your weapon down! Alright, Kara. Let me go back to you. Guys, I love this cup that I got from Advance, but I don't know if the seal's broken or what, but it leaks water all over me. The other morning I used it for coffee and I got coffee all over me. I'm probably gonna like reach out to them and be like, I think it's defective. I'm tired of taking a second bath. Okay. I like this cup though, because it has a straw attached to it. Or, you know, that could go with it. Sometimes I like my drinkable straw stuff. Alright. This one, this one, this one. Time to sell my shit. Open. Sell my shit. Buy and sell. This one. Sell. Alright, we're going to this, this goes I don't know. This one I don't need a bunch of the same weapon. Alright. Actually, anything dagger related I could chuck, because I got better stuff. Because all of my old gear came over. Okay. And then we sell my valuables. Sell all. Boop. Love that for me.
If I had something with that kind of power, I'd be retired and living like Empress Celine.
Okay. Oh, let me go deal with this stupid thing.
What kind of name is Charter, anyway? Doesn't sound ill.
Bloop. 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 Bloop, 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 bloop.
Good day.
Maybe this is the problem. That could be the problem. Modify. No, I can't adjust that. Damn. I was really hoping I could adjust something, but it doesn't actually allow me to. The fuck? Okay. Okay. Did I turn this shit in? I don't even remember. No, I don't have it. Okay. Let's go get yelled at. Nope. I'm like, let's go get hated on because that's what I just love. Nope. Nothing's here, right? No, I did everything. Cool. Boop.
We are garnering interest from the capital.
You're not pleased?
I am not convinced we are prepared for the full scrutiny of Val Royeaux.
Nope.
Having the herald address the clerics is not a terrible idea.
You can't be serious.
Mother Giselle isn't wrong. At the moment, the Chantry's only strength is that they are united in opinion. And we should ignore the danger to the herald. Let's ask her.
Hi. This may not actually help. Terrible plan. I'm not worried. This may not actually help.
I'm more concerned this won't.
Guys, I made my girl look like a hooker. Not intentionally.
It just lends credence to the idea that we should care what the Chantry says.
But I made her look like a hooker.
Mother Giselle said she could provide us names. Use them.
But why? This is nothing but a...
What choice do we have, Liliana? Right now, we can't approach anyone for help with the breach. Use what influence we have to call the clerics together. Once they are ready, we will see this through.
Oh, come on, Ankle. I know you want to pop. Pop, Ankle, pop. Nope. I'm gonna go get yelled at. Okay. Okay, this. Oh god, someone from Duncan is like, hey, want to improve your skills? It was a general post. But I don't know, I get flashbacks when they mention Duncan. Unless I'm ordering coffee, then I'm like, happy flashbacks.
Just a guess seeker, but I think they all know who we are.
Your skills of observation never fail to impress me, Varric.
So you guys ought to have played 2. I did the 1 DLC. I played...
The Chantry Mothers await you, but so do a great many Templars.
There are Templars here?
Legacy? I played Legacy. I didn't do Mark of the Assassin.
They're gathering on the other side of the market. I think
Yeah.
that's where the Templars intend to meet you.
But
Only one thing to do, then.
I guess I'm trying to... Legacy kind of sort of closes the gap.
They wish to protect the people?
But like, I feel like there's still gaps happening between 2 and Inquisition. Does like Mark of the Assassin
I know.
fill those gaps?
I can't
I mean, that's fine.
to the Chantry. Not after all that occurred.
Knowing what we know now, Kai, it like twists every time I play this game. Every time. Alright, guys, give me a second. It's gonna be fucking nuts. Can I do it from here? I can. Alright, I'm going to, I think, just do that. Did I solve my issue? I solved my issue. No fucking time. Nope, I didn't solve my issue. Never mind. I tried. I failed. I attempted to conquer. It didn't work.
This Inquisition is heresy. You will not look on my doubt.
As you are the only ones who appear to care about the whole
Guys, look at that bright ass lipstick. That's like so fucking bright. I like can't even take myself seriously with how bright it is.
We mourn our divine. A naive and beautiful heart, silenced by treachery. You wonder what will become of a murderer. Well, wonder no more. Behold, the so-called Herald of Andraste, claiming to rise where our beloved fell. We say this is a false prophet, no servant of anything beyond her selfish greed.
We came here in peace simply to talk, and this is what you do. I implore you, let us sit down together to deal with the real threat.
It's true. The Inquisition seeks only to end this madness before it is too late.
It is already too late. The Templars have returned to the Chantry. They will face this Inquisition, and the people will be safe once more.
I still think this is my favorite scene in the game. Like, I love that. There's just so much irony in that.
Still yourself. She is beneath us.
What's the meaning of this?
Her claim to authority is an insult, much like your own.
Lord Seeker Lucius, it's imperative that we speak with...
You will not address me.
Lord Seeker?
Creating a heretical movement. Raising up a puppet as Andraste's prophet. You should be ashamed. You should all be ashamed. The Templars failed no one when they left the Chantry to purge the mages. You are the ones who have failed. You who'd leash our righteous swords with doubt and fear. If you came to appeal to the Chantry, you are too late. The only destiny here that demands respect is mine.
I just pulled my own hair.
If you're not here to help the Chantry, then you just came to make speeches.
I came to see what frightens old women so, and to laugh.
He's such an asshole.
But Lord Seeker, what if she really was sent by the Maker? What if...
You are called to a higher purpose. Do not question.
I will make the Templar Order a power that stands alone against the void.
You know why I hate him?
Deserve
Because of his stupid
recognition.
half ponytail.
Independence. You have shown me nothing, and the Inquisition...
It does nothing. It just is there, and it's obnoxious.
Templars, Val Royo is unworthy of our protection. We march. Charming fellow, isn't he?
Has Lord Seeker Lucius gone mad?
Yes. The answer is yes.
Do you know
over the Seekers of Truth 2 years ago, after Lord Seeker Lambert's death. He was always a decent man, never given to ambition and grandstanding. This is very bizarre.
We'll find another way.
Fortunately, the Templars aren't our only hope.
I wouldn't write them off so quickly. There must be those in the Order who see what he's become. Either way, we should first return to Haven and inform the others.
Woo! Okay, do this.
What's that? An arrow with a
This.
message?
And then we got this. Wait a second. Talk to you.
I believe that
You are the Herald of Andraste, are you not? I have an invitation for you.
Let's build a party! Yay!
Scratching for power.
Sadly, I don't use either of them, but I could! And that's all that matters. Boop. Do, 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 do. No.
we should look around.
Grab this. Come back here. Cute. No, I'm stuck. No, I'm stuck. Fishies. Okay. Ugh. Loop. Alright, let me not fuck this up. Because I tend to go the wrong way. Every time. It's this first. And then it's this. And it's this. Okay. And then we go this way. This city is really nice. Kind of full of assholes, but it's nice. Okay. And then we go up here. What's that? Nope. Nope. Done. Okay. And then we can fast travel, world map, go to you.
If I might have a moment of your time.
Grand Enchanter Fiona?
Leader of the Mage Rebellion. Is it not dangerous for you to be here?
I heard of this gathering, and I wanted to see the fabled Herald of Andraste with my own eyes. If it's help with the breach you seek, perhaps my people are the wiser option.
I'm surprised the leader of the mages wasn't at the conclave.
Yes. You were supposed to be, and yet somehow you avoided death.
As did the Lord Seeker, you'll note. Both of us sent negotiators in our stead in case it was a trap. I won't pretend I'm not glad to live. I lost many dear friends that day. It disgusts me to think the Templars will get away with it. I'm hoping you won't let them.
So you think the Templars are responsible?
Why wouldn't she?
Lucius hardly seems broken up over his losses, if he's concerned about them at all.
Guys, she has really pretty
You
eyelashes.
think he wouldn't happily kill the
They're so
divine
pretty.
to turn people against us? So yes, I think he did it. More than I think you did it, at any rate.
The mages weren't willing to talk to the Inquisition before. Why now?
Because now I've seen what you are. And I've seen the Chantry for what it is. Consider this an invitation to Redcliffe. Come, meet with the mages. An alliance could help us both, after all. I hope to see you there. Au revoir, my Lady Herald.
Au revoir. You know what, guys? I started that French list in the Discord and never finished it. I feel like that suits me as a person to a T. But I mean, I wrote down the curse words, so I guess that's like, you know, the most important part. Because nobody wants to learn a language for the language. We all want to learn another language for the curse words. This one. Okay. Oh, why did I think I was doing the other one first? I should have snuck. I didn't even attempt to sneak. Okay. Stabby, 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 stabby. Look at this. Look at this nice, sweet little stabby stab. Little shanky shanks. Love it. It's so soothing. You know? Some people's soothing is like Fortnite or Overwatch or Marvel Rivals. And mine's this game because I can stabby stab.
Herald of Andraste, how much did you expend to discover me? It must have weakened the Inquisition immeasurably.
I don't know who you are.
You don't fool me. I'm too important for this to be an accident. My efforts will survive in victories against you elsewhere.
Just say what?
What is that?
Ugh. Squishy one, but you heard me, right? Just say what? Rich tits always try for more than they deserve.
Blah, blah, blah. Obey me. Arrow in my face. So, you followed the notes well enough. Glad to see you're kind of plain, really. All that talk, and then you're just person.
I'm a
It's
human.
all good, isn't it? The important thing is you glow. You're the herald thingy.
They say I'm the Herald of Andraste. But who are you and what's this about?
No idea. I don't know this idiot from Manners. My people just said the Inquisition should look at him.
Your people? Elves?
No. People. Name's Sarah. This is cover. Get round it. For the reinforcements. Don't worry. Someone tipped me their equipment shed. They've got no breaches. Bunch of nutters.
Oh. Right, there's a fight. Sneak! Sneaky, 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 sneaky. Whee!
Make it take you!
Nope. Love it. Where's the other dude? Whee! Stab it, stab it, stab it, stab. He exploded, guys. He exploded.
Friends really came through with that tip. No breaches. So, Herald of Andraste. You're a strange one. I'd like to join.
How about we get to know each other first? You know, names and such.
One name. No, wait, two. It's like this. I sent you a note to look for hidden stuff by my friends. The Friends of Red Jenny. That's me. Well, I'm one. So is a fence in Montfort, some woman in Kirkwall. There were 3 in Starkhaven, brothers or something. It's just a name, yeah? It lets little people, friends, be part of something while they stick it to nobles they hate. So here, in your face, I'm Sarah. The Friends of Red Jenny are sort of out there. I use them to help you. Plus arrows.
Plus arrows. Spice.
The Inquisition has spies already. Can you add to these professionals?
Here's how it is. You important people are up here, shoving your cods around. Blah, blah, I'll crush you. I'll crush you. Crush you. Then you've got cloaks and spy kings, like this tit. Or was he one of the little knives, all serious with his little knife? All those secrets, and what gave him up? Some houseboy who don't know shite, but knows a bad person when he sees one. So no.
I just realized there's like a rip in her shirt.
If you don't listen down here too, you risk your breach.
It looks good.
Like those guards. I stole their... Look, do you need people or not? I want to get everything back to normal. Like you.
Okay.
All right, Sarah. I can use you and your friends.
Yes! Getting good before you're too big to like. That'll keep your breeches where they should be. Plus extra breeches because I have all these... You have merchants who buy that piss, yeah? Got to be worth something. Anyway, Haven. See you there, Herald. This will be grand.
I mean, they're just pants. Depends what kind of brand they are, you know, the make. Alright. Doot, doot, and doot. Confirm. I'm gonna go loot some bodies. I loot you. I loot. Oh no! There's no one else to loot! Ow. Seizing. Alright, well, since I can't loot anybody, I guess we'll just go. Never mind, take and loot this. Give me the money! Because I rarely buy shit with money. Leave. Nope. Then we go here. Yes. Ugh. Guys, my ability to walk today is like 0. Just be drunk everywhere.
Lady Trevelyan of Ostwick, representing the Inquisition.
What a pleasure to meet you, my lady. Seeing the same faces at every event becomes so tiresome. So you must be a guest of Madame de Fer, or are you here for Duc Bastien?
Are you here on business? I have heard the most curious tales of you. I cannot imagine half of them are true.
Okay.
Some of those storytellers may have gotten carried away.
But only for the best effect. The Inquisition is a ripe subject for wild tales.
The Inquisition. What a lot of pig shit. Washed up sisters and crazed seekers. No one can take them seriously. Everyone knows it's just an excuse for a bunch of political outcasts to grab power.
I just want justice, restoring to peace, special point. This is a holy calling, restoring peace.
The Inquisition is working to restore peace and order to Thedas.
Here comes the outsider, restoring peace with an army. We know what your Inquisition truly is. If you were a woman of honor, you'd step outside and answer the charges.
Love it.
My dear Marquis, how unkind of you to use such language in my house to my guests. You know such rudeness is intolerable.
Madame Vivienne, I humbly beg your pardon.
You should. Whatever am I going to do with you, my dear? My lady, you're the wounded party in this unfortunate affair. What would you have me do with this foolish, foolish man?
I'm like so tempted to be like, just kill him. But I'll be a good
I
person.
think the Marquis has seen the error of his ways.
I like being a good
By
person.
the grace of Andraste, you have your life.
I
my
guess.
dear.
Sometimes. Depends on the person.
I'm delighted you could attend this little gathering. I've so wanted to meet you. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Vivienne, first enchanter of Montsimard and enchantress to the Imperial Court.
Is that Marquis going to pose a problem?
His aunt is the Vicomtesse of Mont de Glace. Not a powerful family, but well respected. And very devout. Alphonse will be disowned for this. It's not the first time he's brought his aunt disgrace, but I'm sure it'll be the last. And after such a public humiliation, I expect he'll run off to the Dales to join the Empress's war effort. Either to make a good end, or to win back a modicum of self-respect.
charmed, Lady Vivian.
Ah, but I didn't invite you to the chateau for pleasantries. With Divine Justinia dead, the Chantry's in shambles. Only the Inquisition might restore sanity and order to our frightened people.
Kind of wish I could get her dress. It just looks so cool. The little like shoulder pad things I'm not a fan of, but like the cut as a whole I like.
Is your interest in the Inquisition Madame de Fer, or is it more personal?
Aren't you charming? It's professional, of course.
The Inquisition will be happy to have you, Lady Vivian.
Great things are beginning, my dear. I can promise you that.
Okay. So that's 2 down. I just gotta find my bestest boy. But I'm getting there. Slowly. Slowly. Guys, I'm making chicken tomorrow for dinner, and I'm trying to think how I want to cook it. I want something a little different, you know, still flavorful. I've got a sneeze. God damn it, allergies. Ugh. All right. I'm here. I'm too lazy to walk back.
Yes?
Oh my god, my nose.
I have some more questions. Why am I not surprised?
Tell me about your brother.
I would prefer not to speak of Anthony. Another time, perhaps.
Okay.
I'll let you get back to work.
She's good. Ah! Loot! Talk to you.
You there. There's a shield in your hand. Block with it. If this man were your enemy, you'd be dead. Lieutenant, don't hold back. The recruits must prepare for a real fight, not a practice one.
Yes, Commander.
We've received a number of recruits. Locals from Haven and some pilgrims. None made quite the entrance you did.
Okay.
I just hope I can help.
As do we all. It is enough that you would try. I was recruited to the Inquisition in Kirkwall myself. I was there during the Mage Uprising. I saw firsthand the devastation it caused.
Sir.
Cassandra sought a solution. When she offered me a position, I left the Templars to join her cause. Now it seems we face something far worse.
Everything's a
They've
mess.
destroyed a giant hole in the sky. Things aren't looking good.
Which is why we're needed. The Chantry lost control of both Templars and Mages. Now they argue over a new divine while the breach remains. The Inquisition could act when the Chantry cannot. Our followers would be part of that. There's so much we can... Forgive me. I doubt you came here for a lecture.
No, but if you have one prepared, I'd love to hear it.
Another time, perhaps. There's still a lot of work ahead.
Commander, Sir Ryden has a report on our supply lines.
As I was saying.
Okay. Alright. Let's see. Oh, I got myself turned around.
I'd like to know more about the
Hi, I'm Wiz. I've lost my mind tonight. Do all of the things for all of the points and all of the stuff.
Before the Order left the Chantry, that meant serving in a circle. They were also tasked with tracking fighting demons inevitably summoned by the weak or malicious.
Okay.
What do you think of mages? Are they all a threat?
I've seen the suffering magic can inflict. I've treated mages with distrust because of it, at times without cause. That was unworthy of me. I will try not to do so here. Not that I want mages moving through our base completely unchecked. We need safeguards in place to protect people, including mages, from possession at the least.
Okay.
Why did you join the Order?
I could think of no better calling than to protect those in need. I used to beg the Templars at our local chantry to teach me. At first, they merely humoured me. I must have shown promise, or at least a willingness to learn. The Knight Captain spoke to my parents on my behalf. They agreed to send me for training. I was 13 when I left home.
13? That's still so young.
I wasn't the youngest there. Some children are promised to the Order at infancy. Still, I didn't take on full responsibilities until I was 18. The Order sees you trained and educated first.
Okay.
What about your family? Did you miss them?
Of course, but there were many my age who felt the same.
This one.
We learned to look out for one another.
You've lived in the Circle. What was a typical day for a Templar there?
Okay.
Typical. The last time I was in a circle was right before it fell apart. Nothing was typical.
Before that, then?
Certain rituals require a full guard. A mage's howling, for instance. I've attended a few. Most of the time, you merely maintain a presence, on patrol or in the circle, ready to respond if needed. Mages pretend to ignore that presence, but they're watching you just as closely.
Okay.
Do Templars and mages never speak to each other?
Some do, but Templars are supposed to maintain a certain distance from their charges. If a mage is possessed or uses blood magic, you must act quickly, without hesitation. Your judgment cannot be clouded. Of course, ignoring one another does nothing to foster understanding.
Okay.
Templars take vows. I swear to the Maker to watch all the mages. That sort of thing.
There's a vigil.
I feel like that's what I was going to show you and I can't remember, and now I keep looking and I can't find it.
It's over. You give yourself to a life of service. That's when you'll get a filter. Your first draft of Lyrium and its power.
Like with the prerequisite.
We are not to seek wealth or acknowledgement. Our lives belong to the Maker and the path we have chosen.
Okay.
A life of service and sacrifice.
Mm.
Are Templars also expected to give up physical temptations?
Physical? Why would you? That's not expected. Templars can marry, although there are rules around it, and the Order must grant permission. Some may choose to give up more to prove their devotion, but it's not required.
Have you?
No, I've taken no such vows.
This one. This one.
Can we speak of
This
something
one.
else?
Guys, it won't click the thing. I need to click the thing.
There is weapon and
Stupid
combat
tech.
training. Even without their abilities, Templars are
God
among
damn
the
it.
best warriors in Thedas. Initiates must also memorize portions of the Chant of Light, study history, and improve their mental focus.
Okay.
Did you enjoy your training?
I wanted to learn everything. If I was giving my life to this, I would be the best Templar I could.
You were a model student.
I wanted to be. I wasn't always successful. Watching a candle burn down while reciting the Chant of Transfiguration wasn't the most exciting task.
Okay.
My mind sometimes wandered.
That's all I wanted to know.
Shh.
Thank
Bloop.
you.
I'm sure you have other matters to
That. Okay. This way. Wee. Wee. Yeah, they're the shiny. Which isn't really a shiny because there's something there. But we touch it anyway. Touch. Okay. Oh, shitzicles. What is all this shit? Oh, God. It's just one. Why is there a million? Wait, I did this one already. Did I not do this? Did I start this? I started this quest. I gathered the items and then apparently never brought him the notes for the okay. I'm smart. Guys, I'm smart. I do good things. Can I not go this way? Fuck. I went the wrong way. We go, and then we go this way. No? Yes? Maybe? Sorta? Okay. I'll talk to you since I'm here.
I read your tale of the champion, and I have a few questions.
That's a pretty common reaction. Go ahead.
Okay. We're seen.
There's no way Hawk really could have killed the Arashok. It would have started a war with the Kunari.
I was told later that the Kunari disavowed his actions. Apparently, the Arashok didn't get permission before he attacked Kirkwall, and the Qun didn't want another exalted march.
Oh.
Finally sent a ship to haul the Red Dreadnought away. They just said, "We will never speak of this again." As far as I can tell, that's the Qun's version of an apology.
I mean, I don't trust it, but that sounds about right.
In the book, you say that first Enchanter Orsino turned himself into a giant monster made of corpses. How? Why?
Do I look like an expert on
I don't remember that.
to you? Well, I can't tell you how. Why, all I can say is he was desperate.
Oh, now I can. Yeah. You guys don't see that yet. That doesn't post for another few weeks, but that was some weird shit. That was some weird shit.
Merrill decided to look after the elves left homeless by the fighting.
We killed everybody.
Pretty good job of keeping them away from the mages and Templars so far. I guess she has plenty of practice avoiding stupid human battles with her old Dalish clan.
We murdered them all.
Fenris has kept himself busy, hunting down the Tevinter slavers who came south to prey on the refugees. I'm not sure exactly where he is at the moment. You can usually follow the trail of corpses, though. Isabella went back to the raiders. She's calling herself an admiral now. I don't know if she's actually in charge or just has a really big hat. Might be
She left me and never came back.
Sebastian went back to Starkhaven. I'm sure he's boring all sorts of people there.
He hated me. He wants me dead.
Marches, helping some of the other survivors from the Kirkwall Circle. Aveline is still guard captain. I'm pretty sure Kirkwall would fall into the sea if she quit her job.
Nice.
Something?
Okay.
I read your tale of
Blah,
the
blah.
champion.
Blah.
That's a pretty common
Blah.
reaction. Go ahead.
What happened to the mage who destroyed the Kirkwall Chantry? The book never said.
He fled Kirkwall with the mages from the Circle. Stayed with them a while, but he had to move on. Somehow a lot of mages blamed him for making them live as fugitives. I don't know where he is now, and I don't want to know.
That's valid.
Carry on.
That's very valid. I held on to that boy and I never fucking let go. I was like, I don't care what you do. I mean, I do, but I don't care what you do.
So, this is it, huh? Oh, no, it's fine, yeah? It's just, I thought it'd be bigger. That would have been hilarious if you were a man, right? Wasted. Anyway, stopping wars should earn more sovereigns than this. Need things back to normal for coins to be flowing again. Another reason the Templars and mages need to be sat down.
There's more going on.
It's not just a war between those two.
Well, sure, the sky has a hole in it, but I can't put an arrow in that. Well, I have. Doesn't come down. That's weird. And that's the point, right? It's weird and right there, but they still want to punch each other. They're too busy to look up where the real questions are.
That's why we're here. To help guide everyone back from the brink.
The religious ones tell you that. That's important, right? But don't make it all about that. Seems like believing too hard is what got everyone here. And here is stupid and smells of horse. Really? What everyone needs is to get
Oh
everyone
yeah, I
out
had
the
to get
door and
horses
proper
too.
and proper. Sound good to you, well-touched Lady Harold?
I'll do that. We'll get there.
I think I'll enjoy having you around, Sarah. I hope you'll feel the same.
Lady Trevelyan is cheeky. See you, Harold. Harold. I have to do something about that.
I love her and I hate her at the same time.
Chasing the Lord Seeker, I hear. Anyone who thinks they need Lord in front of the name, that's bad. Bet he's got a portrait taller than he is. That's a total lie.
Thank you for the flush, Mystic. Delayed throw.
Tell me about yourself.
Oh yeah? Interested, are you?
Okay.
Skilled. Who taught you how to use a bow?
No one.
That seems unlikely.
What? I picked it up here and there. Mostly it just makes sense. It's not like that for you.
I appreciate it. You know how I feel about lurkers. I love them. You guys gotta do what you gotta do. I'm going to turn that off. God damn it. In my attempt to fix things, I'll make things worse.
Usually it takes considerable discipline. Hence my question.
Look, I work at it. Practice a little. Not like Cullen and his pets. I mean, you miss.
They're all pets.
Is it an elf thing?
Most I know couldn't find an arrow sitting on it. Right. Maybe I just make it look easy in shite company. Fact still is, no teacher. Where would I find one in alleyways anyway?
Where are you from?
How about the basics? Where are you from?
Ferelden?
I got that from the accent. Where in Ferelden?
All over? Okay, fine. Denerim for a bit. South, north, wherever I want.
There are no connections you want to
I keep watching my little, like, tailcoat flap in the wind. I don't know if it's actually considered a tailcoat if it's not, like, on a tux. But I like it, and I just like watching it flap in the breeze.
Suppose I could go barefoot and whine more. Like that's soulless, right? Never be as good as we were. Well, who's we? I'm just fine.
Okay.
There's a lot of tradition there. Should it just be thrown away?
Your great-grandfather's dead. Why aren't you dead? You're throwing away tradition.
That makes sense to you.
None of it does in the city. That's why I'm not like an elf.
Okay.
We'll talk later.
Bye, Sarah. I still can't decide how I feel about you. I like you, but I also don't. You are confusing.
Oh, Mika, you're here. You're the Herald of Andraste. She sent you to us to show the world her love, and I am ready for that love. Well, I'm not ready for that kind of love. That is, if that's what you want. But, I mean, I'm Flissa. Can I get you a drink?
Okay.
What did you mean by that kind of love?
Nothing. I didn't mean anything. What did you mean? As I said, I'm Flissa. The Inquisition soldiers needed a place to unwind, so Leliana brought me in to set up a tavern. Nothing fancy, but it's safer for the soldiers than looking for trouble in some village.
I love them. How do you know Liliana?
You said Leliana asked you to run an Inquisition tavern. How did you meet?
Dumb luck, mainly. I managed an inn back in Denerim. When I heard interesting gossip, I'd pass word to Liliana. Sometimes it was helpful. She asked if I wanted to own my own tavern, and I said yes. I didn't realize she meant this.
Okay.
What can you tell me about this area?
Adan is Haven's apothecary. He's been making potions and tending to the wounded as best he can. Harrit is the Inquisition smith. Whatever he can make you, Thren the quartermaster can probably find. And for anything fancier, you can try buying from Segrit. His prices aren't too high. Yet. Oh, there's also Minave. She studies beasts and things, as I understand.
Okay. Oh, guys, that reminds me, we have to have, like, a special stream day, because I got a stream key. And I gotta play it, but it's, like, on the triggering side, so it's, like, you know, people need to use caution when watching, but it sounds really fun, because, you know, psychological horror and all that good stuff. I just keep forgetting. I got like a little pop up, and I'm like, oh shit, right? I did need to do that.
You're back. And in one piece.
Hi, I'm back.
You said you thought Master Tajan was worth.
All right, there we go.
Some of these mixed up. You just give the word.
Oh, I don't know how to click that. I know how to do potions. I know how to do potions.
Perhaps another time.
Upgrade. There we go. Potions. Healing. God damn it, I need Dawn Lotus. I don't remember where to get Dawn Lotus from. Let me research that one. I guess. Not that I'll use it. I don't have those. Doesn't matter. Okay. Whee! Up to you.
Closing the breach is our pro.
Okay. That's cool game. Let him glitch out. That's fine. It's like, we didn't want to talk to you anyway. Alright. And then we do this one. Boop.
It's good you've returned. We heard of your encounter.
We're back.
You heard?
And I wasn't shanked.
My agents in a city sent word ahead, of course.
It's a shame the Templars have abandoned their senses as well as the capital.
Worth the risk. Contact.
We had to do something, and now we have an opportunity.
It's like an eeny meeny situation.
Yes, and we have the opening we need to approach the Templars and the mages.
Do we? Lord Seeker Lucius is not the man I remember.
True, he has taken the orders somewhere. But to do what? My reports have been very odd.
We must look into it. I'm certain not everyone in the Order will support the Lord Seeker.
Or the Herald could simply go to meet the mages in Redcliffe instead.
You think the Mage Rebellion is more united? It could be 10 times worse.
Meet the mages, meet the Templars. Choose soon. Choose soon.
Or you could stop bickering and make a decision.
Yeah, bitch, slap, slap.
We shouldn't discount Redcliffe. The mages may be worth the risk.
They are powerful, Ambassador, but more desperate than you realize.
You think it's a trap? There's always danger could be useful. Always danger.
So it will be dangerous.
God, my lipstick just sticks out so much.
If some among the rebel mages were responsible for what happened at the Conclave.
The same could be said about the Templars.
True enough. Right now, I'm not certain we have enough influence to approach the Order safely.
Then the Inquisition needs agents in more places.
Okay.
That's something you can help with.
In the meantime, we should consider other options.
And then I was left all alone.
There is one other matter. Several months ago, the Grey Wardens of Ferelden vanished. I sent word to those in Orlais, but they have also disappeared. Ordinarily, I wouldn't even consider the idea they're involved in all this, but the timing is curious.
That does sound odd. I agree.
The others have disregarded my suspicion, but I cannot ignore it. 2 days ago, my agents in the hinterlands heard news of a Grey Warden by the name of Blackwall. If you have the opportunity, please seek him out. Perhaps he can put my mind at ease.
And if he can't?
Then there may be more going on than we thought.
Gonna go find my companions. Gotta go make a team. And some such. Alright, let me go here. I'm gonna set this stuff up. Yes. Do this.
What have your ears
29, 23.
Anything new
23.
we don't already know about?
No, nothing.
And you. Need to be interested in reports, concentration. Okay.
Let's see what we have.
Those are done. And then we sneaky sneak over here. Truth or dare. Perfect. Hey. Alright. Now I get time to run around the hinterlands. Whee! Love that for me. Oh wait, no, I lied. I gotta go get. Oh, I leveled. I gotta go get Bull. You love Bull.
Excuse me.
Hi.
I've got a message for the Inquisition, but I'm having a hard time getting anyone to talk to me.
Yeah, good message.
What's the message?
We've got word of some Tevinter mercenaries gathering out on the Storm Coast. My company commander, Iron Bull, offers the information free of charge. If you'd like to see what the Bull's charges can do for the Inquisition, meet us there and watch us work.
Okay. Think about it. We welcome the help.
I look forward to meeting this Iron Bull.
We're the best you'll find. Come to the Storm Coast and you can see us in action.
Okay. Go hang out with Bull. Boop, 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 boo. No. Why can't I go to the Storm Coast? Why can't I go to the Storm Coast? There we go. I have the power. Oh, I gotta go to the fuck. I just set them up. All right, well, I got 15 minutes, so I guess we're going to the hinterlands. Let's go get Blackwall. Oh, let me do this first. Get my horses. I need you. We'll grab you. And you. It's like one of these, some of those, a couple of this ones. Okay. All right. Let me go over here.
Nothing to report, sir.
Let me go get my horses. Or at least get my horses started. Because I gotta work for them. Okay. Ow, shit. Stop it. Oh, I have to level people. Character records. Level myself. And then level. Oh, you don't have points. Never mind. Sarah's bow and arrow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And you get barrier. 2, 3, 4. Nope, that didn't work. What the hell? Okay. Okay, we're good. We have leveled.
Be Master Dennett.
Alright, let me open this door. Oh, I can't because I don't have that skill yet. I'm getting there. I always forget to get it, but this time I remembered, so I'm working towards it. Nope. Master Denon, I'm stealing your stuff. Okay, thanks. Take that. Alright.
So you're the Inquisition, eh? Here you're trying to bring order back. It's high time someone did. Didn't expect it to be some free marcher's noble, though. Name's Dennett. I served Arleman for 30 years as horsemaster. I hear your Inquisition is looking for mounts.
I'm still like, was he in Origins? Because I feel like I would have met him, but I don't remember.
Not at the moment. I can't just send 100 of the finest horses in Ferelden down the road like you send a letter. Every bandit between here and Haven would be on them like flies on crap. You'll have mounts once I know they won't end up as a cold winter's breakfast.
Okay.
That sounds more than reasonable.
Glad to hear it. My wife Elena manages the farms and Bron's in charge of my guards. They'll tell you what they need. Until then, you deserve something better than whatever knock-kneed plow-nag they gave you.
Okay.
Chestnut over there is a purebred Ferelden forder. Take care of him, and he'll take care of you.
You know what? I don't know why I always thought Chestnut was a female horse. But I love Chestnut. Whee! Chestnut! I don't really want to ride you because I'm only going like 5 feet in this direction, but I love you. I think you're great. I should probably do the courses. Alright, dismount. In one of my saves, me dismounting is like broken and I can't actually dismount my horse. I push B as many times as I want. Don't do shit.
You deal with the wolves.
Alright, tell me about the wolves.
They're possessed or something. Farewell. Good day to you.
Okay. Deal with the wolves. Steal your elf root. Mount my horse. Alright. And I also gotta do this. Alright, Chestnut, stay here, okay? Talk to you.
The Master doesn't want me handing those refugees weapons until they've got any hope of defending themselves. If you put up a few watchtowers, we'd all have more warning before the next.
The guy that voices this particular character, it sounds so familiar to me, but he's not listed like on IMDb because he's such a minor character, and it bugs the shit out of me. I just want to know if I'm right.
Farewell.
I'm like, why? Why did they do this to me? I do this. Horse. Come here, Chestnut. Whee! Alright. And then I have to go this way. That quest involves a stupid bull, and I hate the bull. Stupid quest. Alright, let me get up here real quick. I don't think I can... Yeah, my weapons are out. I can't do anything. Burp! Boop! Stab it, stab it, stab it, stab! Stab it, stab it, stab it, stab. Alright. Oop. Ow! It hit me! A ghost hit me! Rude. Dude. I got knocked in my ass. I am now very offended. Alright, go. See, you don't like that, do you? You punk. Alright, close the rift. It took me like 3 playthroughs to realize I don't have to hold A while I close the rift. I just push it, and then as soon as the camera shifts, I can let go. I'm kind of upset that it took me so long to realize that. Alright, let me go... Leave my mark. Yoink. And then I loot this one. You have been looted. Loop. Alright, and then we grab a horse. Come on, Chestnut. Let's go for a ride. Yay! We love Chestnut. Okay. Oh, Watchtower. For some reason, I thought this is where the whatchamacallit was, and I'm like, the wolves aren't over this way. Okay, there's this. Yeah, let me get these quests so I can have them do the watchtowers. Oh, when I go back to reset everybody. Let me go this way. Got a little buddy! Okay. And then that's my camp. Go, Chestnut, go! I still love how, like, thick they made him. He's got a very big booty. We appreciate it. He is a trusty and sturdy steed, but I just laughed. And let me go this way. Let me dismount you. Take your shit. I can't take your shit if I can't actually... There we go. Come here. Read. No! Don't leave me, Chestnut! Okay, and then we go this way. Wait. Oh, it's over here. Because it's up this way. Oh, bum 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 bam 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 bam. Oh god. Protect the best boy! Go hide, Chestnut. Ugh. I love how these... Oh no, I was like, I think these guys are mages. But they have bows and arrows. As I say that, and the Templar shield comes out. They are not mages. Step a step a step a step. Alright, come here, you little shit. I hate your shield. It sucks. It makes me angry. Okay. Okay. Where the hell am I going? Why am I so confused? Elfruit. No! No! Grab the stupid Elfruit! Stop making it complicated! Hi guys! I think you want me dead. This feels like a you want me dead situation. Derp. I don't... Have I been in here before? Maybe. Possibly. No, because there's stuff here that I didn't pick up. Boop. Eee. Okay. Oh, it was the mages that I found last time. Got it. Okie dokie. That's what I have to do too. I have to collect all the mosaic pieces. But like to do the mosaic pieces and to do the stupid constellation things, I need a walkthrough. I don't have the brain power to do the star pieces. Like, could I probably do them? Maybe. but I'm not good at like figuring that shit out by my own all the time. And sometimes I just don't feel like it. Like the puzzles are complicated. All right, take the piece. Do that. Loot this. Fort Connor. Doesn't sound intimidating, but okay. So guys, growing up, I lived close to Fort Monmouth. I lived about 25 minutes away from Fort Monmouth. And then it closed down about, I guess, 5, 6, 7 years ago now, maybe longer. And now they're turning it into a Netflix studio. Shame I don't live anywhere near it now, but, you know, would have been really cool. But, like, we all laughed because it was, you know, it was a military base. And then it became a Netflix studio. Where the ever loving am I going? It's gotta be a cave.
I've heard things about you, Vivi. It is properly Madame Vivienne, official mage to the Imperial Court.
Yes, that's what I heard. Not the title, the snotty bit.
However shall I recover from your condemnation?
You're still doing it. Can you even shut it off?
For you, my dear, no.
Okay. She's also like, the circles are the best. I love the circles. They're so good for everybody. Even though lots of mages hate them. Great, go get the spindle thingy. How do I get? Where is it? Oh, up here? Fruit. Yeah, it's this way. Huzzah! Mark location. Done. Proud of myself. Okay. I also have to do the caches for the apostates, or find their caches, I should say. Not so much help them with it. Farmland security, wolves, west, elements, drifts, hinterlands, rest on the farm, waterfall. I have to do that one too. This map depicts a bridge with 4 pillars and a waterfall under a tree. Find the spot marked on the map. I have no idea what that is. Haven't really looked for it? No, not really, but I still don't know where it is. Come on, Chestnut. Chestnut, I'm gonna forget your name in like 2 days, if even, so let's make the most of it while I got it, okay? Okay. This is Witchwood. Let's go this way. I know what I'm looking for. I just can never remember how to get there. Here we go. Bleep, bleep. Alright, let's get me out of here. Oh shit, I'm like half dead. From what I don't remember, but I'm half dead. Okay, take the elf fruit. No, I wish I'd taken that quest. I just hate having to lead the bull home. It just takes so long. Okay. There's the rift. And then the wolves. Where the freak? What in the world did I do? Oh, I know what I did. I'm supposed to go this way. There's a fork, and I'm supposed to go this way in the fork. And I did not. Nope, that's not where the fork is. Where the fuck is the fork? Stop offending me! Why can't I find the wolves? Okay. This is not at all what I want. What the freak? I've done this quest so many freaking times. The fact that I can't find the... Bleh. The wolves gets me mad. Alright. Go away. I hate you. Okay. Maybe I do have to go this way? Go around? I think I have to do that. I have to go around. Okay. Yeah, it's this little path here. Yeah. Here we go. I was like, the frick? We're good. I got it. Hi, little nug. You're still kind of creepy, but you're a nug. There. Go. This one. This one. This one. Alright, and stab you. Cool. Loot some bodies. Oh. Take that. Loot that. Loot this one. Grab the spindleweed. It is funny to see how much the like potion crafting items has changed in each game. Because I found them in both of the other two, and they're so different looking. Alright, okay, that's done, and then this one. Stab. Okay. Canine leather. That's not an item I can collect. That was just a thing on the ground. This is what I want. Okay.
That cave could be the lair of our strange wolves.
Oh, little wolves. So there. Boop. I'm gonna take that. Sneaker. Stab. She's demon. And it's the annoying one too because it likes to trip me. Stupid demon. Mr. Wolf, I wanted to save you. I know I had to kill you because you were possessed, but like, I wanted to kill you. I mean, I wanted to save you. Okay, this one. Guys, go after this big guy. He's super annoying. And he's trying to trip me, and I just don't like him. Alright. Oh, crap. Oh, is he dead?
With the demon dead,
Oh, hell yeah.
farmers should be safe from the wolves.
My joy at this news is unrivaled, dear.
Okay. Oh, the wolves are howling. Is it a good howl or a bad howl? I do not know, but they're howling. Loot. Alright. Come over here. Take that. Take this. Oh, I took damage. Damn it. Okay, and Mosaic piece. Take the money! Girl! There we go. And then we take that one. Awesome. And then that's Red Cliff. What is this? Oh. Okay, for main story. Got it. I was like, I have it, which I know is probably for main story, but I don't know what the hell it is. Search the North Hills. A man named Hessel fled the fighting to a cave in the Northern Hills with a secret project in tow. It's like literally right where I'm at, and I don't see anything. Okay. Guys, if we were like a cave or something, where would we be? Onyx? Get up. Get. Girl, get up. Okay, and then hill fruit. And then where is this cave? I know it's around here. It's not the cave I already looted. Maybe it's on the ledges above me. Yeah, because I've already looted in here, and it's definitely not in here. Because it would have registered. And I don't think there's another cave. I think there's just what's over up here. I think I had this issue the last one of this quest too. Finding it was such a pain in the ass. Oh shit. Don't fall. You're not drunk. You can do this. Straight lines. Straight lines. Loot. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Oh god. Go down here. Can I pull from? Already pulled from that. Never mind. Alright, so now we're going to... What is this? Search the river for the package. Okay. I know exactly what I'm looking for there, so we can do that one. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Boop. This one. Come, little chestnut! Come to me. Giddy up. Okay. Whee! Hit my horse and I kill you! Okie dokie, Kai. I appreciate you. Have a good night. I'll talk to you tomorrow. May I not call you from prison? Okay. I have this feeling, guys, I'm gonna have like anxiety dream sleeps, which is gonna suck. Because I'm already like not sleeping all that great, so let's just throw in some weird ass dreams and yeah, but the satisfaction of like giving it to the head honcho, it just seems good. Seems worth it.
I bet you left a trail.
Whatever you want about now, dear.
What you used to be. Wherever you're from. Little people will know about you.
We all have something we used to be, haven't we, dear? Done things we would rather let die than have known?
Oh, damn.
By all means, escalate, but I will answer in kind. Armed with painful history I am sure is better left to your own sad memory.
She's friggin' evil she is.
I mean, Sarah, you provoked her. Why would you provoke her? There's a quest here. We take this one. Bring Eldris to the tree on the hill. Okay. Whee!
Make her curse this wall. Where are we gonna go? We'll find someplace safe.
You guys can hang out with us at Haven. I mean, don't, but you could. I'm stuck on some rocks. Alright. Can I climb up this? Come on, climb this. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. I have to. There we go. I'm like, I have to be able to because there's this thing here. Look at that. Can I do this one? I doubt it, but we'll give it a shot. Yes, yes, yes. I know how these work. Alright. The pattern is crappy for me. This one and this one. And then it, here. And then this one. This one. This one. This one. This one. Oh, fuck! I was so close! Alright, this one. This one. This one. This one. And then this one. This one. Here. 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 Hey! I was like, I had it. God damn it. Okay. Love that for me. I don't want to, like, you know, break my knees, but I would like to just slide down. So I broke my knees. Alright, well, that's... yeah, fine, I guess. Ah, I'm stuck! Did I make it back to the... I made it to the farms. Yellow fruit. Okay. Boop. And then we talk to you.
You deal with the wolves, and our farmers will be safe again.
I stopped the wolves!
Back to normal now. There shouldn't be any further trouble.
That's good to hear. I'll send word to the farmers and let my husband know what you've done. It may not seem like much, but you've given this land hope it desperately needed. Thank you.
Yay! Alright, and then we talk to you.
Yelena says you got rid of those demon-cursed wolves. Should be safer for our farmers now.
Okay.
Good to see you, Inquisition.
Can you help the refugees?
The refugees down at the crossroads.
Right now, any food I give those luckless bastards might as well go to the... Talk to my man, Bron. Once that's done, I'll give as I can.
Okay.
Got some... The lakes are... Beyond that, my daughter Sienna set up a...
You said you were what?
Master of the Mounts. My horses took... You take care of my people.
Okay.
And I'll make sure your Inquisition is riding right.
Farewell.
Watch yourself, Inquisition. It's ugly out there.
I mean, like, I know I'm dealing with it. Okay. Quest map. What is this? Letter from a lover. Horse. Like, I'm just close enough. I feel like where I could just get there. But I don't remember where the tree is. Maybe this way. Nope, that's not actually a path. I take that back. Do I have to go around? Maybe. Whee! Alright. This isn't what I needed. This is completely the wrong direction. God damn it. Leave my horse alone. Leave my horses alone. Chestnut's good boy. He's just helping me because I got lost. Alright, so that's not the way I need to go. Hit the tree. Alright, and then we'll go... This way? Where am I going? Where am I going? It shouldn't be this difficult. Uppies. Uppies. Hi, Mr. Ram. Oh, god damn it. I fell and my horse didn't like it. Come here, little buddy. Okay. Yeah, see, I've been here. Crap! I'm probably going about this completely the wrong way. Like, that's sort of what this tells me. Alright, let me... I don't know. Go here. I want to meet up with the mages, I guess. At least unlock it, even if I don't go that way. Okay. Alright. Oh, shit. This is where the dragon is. Ah! Leave me... Fuck! You hit my horse! You guys are still really strong for me. Run, 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 run. Alright. Mistakes were made! Mistakes were made! Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh! Dragon, I'm sorry! Oh, my God. Keep running! There we go. Okay, well, my team's back, so that's a perk. I can't do those yet. Not the quest. Okay. Cassandra, who in the ever-loving are you fighting? The task was to just run.
Someone help Sarah!
Okay. As I walk directly to the dragon. Nope. I'm good. Come on, guys. Let's go. We have found the dragon. I do not want to fight the dragon. Okay. I went the wrong way. Because I'm supposed to leave camp and make a left at the fork in the road. And I didn't. Alright. Alright. Literally about face. Loop. And then leave camp. This is, yeah, that's where the dragon is. Alright, so go this way. And then... and then this. Going to do this. The hell is this? Oh, that's just the world map. I don't really want the world map. I mean, it's tempting, but it's not what I want. It's not going to get me to Redcliffe. Or to where this tree is that I'm nowhere near. Okay. Let's just go this way. Continue to avoid the beautiful, beautiful dragons. It's a shame I can't fash up to the dragon. That'd be convenient. Oop. Dragstone. Dragstone. Loot. Okay. Guys, I'm shrimping. Don't shrimp. Don't shrimp. That's bad. Okay. Do 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 do. All right, there's that. Little ram. Little ram's like, I'm gonna show you the way. All right, sneaky, 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 sneaky. All right, I want. Ugh, I didn't want you, but that's what I went after. Okay. Yeah, decimate him. Sweet. Good. All right. Disrupt the rift. Beautiful. And then disrupt again. You bitch! You hit me! Rude. Shriek, I hate you! What are you a pain in the ass? Alright. Leave Vivian alone. I'm just trying. So rude. There we go. Close the rift. Rift has been closed. Be productive.
The people here should leave the area. It's too dangerous.
And go where?
Make her have mercy.
Okay.
Open the gates.
Why can't I fucking loot? Thank you.
We've spread word the Inquisition was coming. But you should know that no one here was expecting us.
No one? Not even Grand Enchanter Fiona?
If she was, she hasn't told anyone. We've arranged use of the tavern for the negotiations.
Agents of the Inquisition, my apologies. Magister Alexius is in charge now, but hasn't yet arrived. He's expected shortly. You can speak with the former Grand Enchanter in the meantime.
Shady! Love it. Okay.
We should talk to the Grand Enchanter.
Can I? Can I open? No, I need deft hands. Never mind. I should have really gotten Blackwall. Not that it would have mattered. But I should have. It would have made things a little easier. Okay.
Impressive craftsmanship to remain standing after such abuse.
Loop. Oh, I remember the windmill. Guys, this is fun playing it like after, you know, playing like in order. The things you see and notice. It's so nice. Okay. And then go here. It's a shame that, like, Redcliffe never really got a break. Sarah, how the ever-loving were you dying? I crossed a corner. Did you, like, jump off something? Okay. Talk to you. Talk to you.
This was a land of spirits and demons. Magic grows wild in the hills of Redcliffe. Tell me about your
Okay.
The girls of the village bring it down, for 'tis a spirit of valor.
Okay, take Blood Lotus to the lake. I have. We can do that. That's for that building, I think. Yeah. Alright. And then we're going to do this. Flowers for the man.
I never expect her shrine lies on a hill to the west.
Okay.
Near the table stones. Thank you.
Stay safe.
Walk in peace.
Okay, that one's done. I love that. I had a dream. You didn't dream. You're not a mage. There's that one. Oh, I need 7 more. That's not that bad. Oh, shit. Alright, I'm gonna sell... No, sell these. Oop. Ooh. You know what? Sure, I will buy the Dagger of Faith. And I will get... We like the Claymore. Sledgehammer does some good stuff too. Let's get her the Sledgehammer. And then you can have the Dalish Hunting Bow. And you can have nothing, apparently. Because there's no weapons for you. Chat, my witness, I tried. Character record. Nope, wrong button. Inventory. No, inventory. Weapons. I'm going to put this here. Okay, Dagger of the Dragon and Dagger of Faith is what's equipped. Perfect. And then Cassandra gets the Claymore. No, I bought her the Sledgehammer. Okay. And she can have... Why does the Defender armor give her less health? I gotta boost up their defenses a bit, you know? Okay. Weapons. We got her the hunting bow. She has more health. Alright. Oh, she can't wear that. Never mind. Those are shit for her. She can't wear those. And Vivian. Better attack. Better attack. Okay, we'll get her this one. And yeah, it's fine. Okay. It's better than it was. It's not perfect, but it's better. Okay. And then we'll do this. And then we're gonna do this. Because sometimes this area glitches. Okay. Ugh. Chat. And in less than 3 minutes, there's gonna be an ad break. So I'm actually gonna get up and do like good stretching and stuff. All the good stuff. Okay. This.
Welcome, agents of the Inquisition. First Enchanter Vivienne?
My dear Fiona, it's been so long since we last spoke. You look dreadful. Are you sleeping well?
What has brought you to Redcliffe?
You invited us here. Is that a trick question? Drop the act. You invited me here.
We're here because of your invitation back in Val Royeaux.
You must be mistaken. I haven't been to Val Royeaux since before the Conclave.
Then who did I meet? Something weird is happening. I'm certain it was you. Then who did I meet?
If it wasn't you who invited me here, who was it?
I don't know. Now that you say it, I feel strange. Whoever or whatever brought you here, the situation has changed. The Free Mages have already pledged themselves to the service of the Tevinter Imperium.
Fiona, dear, your dementia is showing.
An alliance with Tevinter? Do you not fear all of Thedas turning against
I've never had Vivid in my party for this. This is interesting.
I no longer have the authority to negotiate with you.
The Divine's corpse is barely cold, and you've already joined the Imperium.
Most of Thedas blames us for the Divine's death. The Templar attacks grew worse, and we mages had no allies. Either my people made a last stand here in Redcliffe, or we took the only offer of help extended to us. I had to save them. I had no other choice.
Welcome, my friends. I apologize for not greeting you earlier.
Agents of the Inquisition, allow me to introduce Magister Girion Alexius.
The Southern Mages are under my command. And you are the survivor, yes? The one from the Fade? Interesting.
This is a long way from home.
You're quite a long way from Tevinter, Alexius.
Indeed I am, though I have heard you are no Ferelden either. It seems we are both strangers here. Felix, would you send for a scribe, please? Pardon my manners. My son Felix, friends. I am not surprised you're here. Containing the breach is not a feat that many could even attempt. There is no telling how many mages would be needed for such an endeavor. Ambitious indeed.
Then you'll help us. We don't think small here. I'll take whatever I've got.
Does that mean you'll lend your mages to our cause?
There will have to be. Felix,
I'm so sorry. Please forgive my clumsiness, my lady.
Are you all right?
I'm fine, Father.
Come, I'll get your powders. Please excuse me, friends. We will have to continue this another time. Fiona, I require your assistance back at the castle.
I don't mean to trouble everyone.
I shall send word to the Inquisition. We will conclude this business at a later date.
Okay.
Come to the Chantry. You are in danger.
Wow, aren't we secretive? There's no telling who or what will be waiting for us in that Chantry.
Come on, let's do something.
All right, friends. I'm gonna take a quick stretch break. I'll be back in just a couple of minutes. All right, hang tight. I'm back, guys. Thank you for waiting. I appreciate it. Okay. Alright, get me out of here. Oh, I should have talked to the guy. I think he can join the Inquisition. Oh. I don't want to have to reload back in, but it just makes more sense. It just makes more sense. Okay. Turn back around. I want to talk to the person. I forget where the cutoff is to choose between the mages or the Templars. I think it's before I go back into something. Okay.
Who are you?
I want you to join here.
Since I was 10 years old and came... If you're not summoning demons, a mage tower's a fine place to...
If you were happy in the circle,
We're all rebels. The majority wanted to dissolve the circles.
There are still some of us who are loyal in the Empire.
I figured I'm better off with my fellow mages than on my own.
You don't like Deventer?
you're not.
Something's not right about it. Magic or no. I'd rather count myself among...
How did
Okay.
you find enchant?
1 minute. We were bracing for the Templars to attack. It was a stroke of luck that's given us an edge.
Okay.
Out of the frying pan. Be careful.
I thought we could get him to join. Guess not. Maybe there's somebody I thought there was somebody that I could get to like join us. Take the book. Vivian, you're my way. Vivian. All right. Well, that is what it is. That's fine. I came back for nothing. Oh, maybe it's you?
Magister Alexius does not approve of those without magic like you and me. You may not. Many villagers have already left to escape his ire. He does not like to be reminded of... He says all tranquil must leave Redcliffe, but who would take us in?
Okay.
Yes, my talent for magic was... Rather than risk me becoming possessed, my magic is gone. Those now in Redcliffe prefer not to see us.
How long have the...
Magister Alexius arrived. He forced anyone without... Even the Arl was sent away.
Farewell, then.
Okay.
You are... I am an alchemist. You must require potions.
Okay. I got him at least. Maybe he was who I was thinking of.
It is good to believe...
Alright.
We don't need your kind here. Your Inquisition's just Templars by another name.
Rude? And the Deventers are better? No, I'm not gonna start that shit. Inquisition's different.
Why does everyone think we're part of the Chantry? We left the Chantry. They hate us.
Right. And I'm the Empress of Orlais.
Rude! What a bitch. Alright, let's leave. I got what I came for. I got my agent. Now I got potions? Because he's an alchemist, so I think potions? Maybe? Got something. I got good stuff. Okay. Go here. I want this.
They say Andraste sent you to save the world. If it'll help save lives and bring peace,
the first to believe.
I'm trying. I hope I don't disappoint.
I hope so too.
Okay.
I will leave you to your duties.
Make us speed you, my child.
All right. Can I talk to? Yes, I can.
I am Sister Tana. May I help you?
I'm so mad that this thing broke for me, and I'm very sad about it.
What?
Shit.
You can't prove anything. A letter from a rope. So, what do you intend?
Let's see. Impersonating a sister. Smuggling. Dishonoring Chantry Road. I can think of more if you like. Or you could put your skills to...
And you'd keep quiet?
That will depend on how honest your efforts are.
All right. I'm in.
Okay. That's 2 agents. Perfect. Awesome. All right, let me do this. Let me go talk to the Templars. I gotta reset up stuff so I can get my watchtower done.
Good. You're finally here. Now help me close this, would you?
Okay. But I'm not healed. Sneak. There's... No, they're not what I wanted. I was like, where's like the Shriekings? Because the Shrieks are more of a pain in the ass than these dudes. These dudes are like a one and done. Now, you bitch! Oh shit. There's stuff back here? The Circle of Magi. Ow! I wonder if I can loot that box. Okay. And we close the rift. Close the rift! Nope.
Fascinating. How does that work exactly?
Your guess is as good as mine.
You don't even know, do you? You just wiggle your fingers and boom. Rift closes.
Who are you?
Ah, getting ahead of myself again, I see. Dorian of House Parvus, most recently of Minrathous. How do you do?
Another Tevinter. Be cautious with this one.
Suspicious friends you have here. Magister Alexius was once my mentor, so my assistance should be valuable, as I'm sure you can imagine.
Where's Felix?
I was expecting Felix to be here.
I'm sure he's on his way. He was to give you the note, then meet us here after ditching his father.
Alexius couldn't jump to Felix's side fast enough when he pretended to be faint. Is something wrong with him?
He's had some lingering illness for months. Felix is an only child, and Alexius is being a mother hen, most likely.
Are you a magister?
All right, let's say this once. I'm a mage from Tevinter, but not a member of the Magisterium. I know Southerners use the terms interchangeably, but that only makes you sound like barbarians.
Okay.
You're betraying your mentor because...
Alexius was my mentor, meaning he's not any longer, not for some time. Look, you must know there's danger. That should be obvious even without the note. Let's start with Alexius claiming the allegiance of the mage rebels out from under you. As if by magic, yes? Which is exactly right. To reach Redcliffe, before the Inquisition, Alexius distorted time itself.
That sounds bad.
I hope that's less dangerous than it sounds.
More.
Manipulating time itself? Many have attempted over the ages, but never once succeeded.
The rift you closed here. You saw how it twisted time around itself, sped some things up and slowed others down.
soon, there will be more like it. And they'll appear further and further away from Redcliffe. The magic Alexius is using is wildly unstable.
Oh, shit.
And it's unraveling the world.
Okay, this is a lot to swallow. Do you have evidence? I don't trust you. Do you have evidence?
I'd like more proof than magical time control. Go with it.
I know what I'm talking about. I helped develop this magic. When I was still his apprentice, it was pure theory. Alexius could never get it to work. What I don't understand is why he's doing it. Ripping time to shreds just to gain a few hundred lackeys?
He didn't do it for them.
Took you long enough. Is he getting suspicious?
No, but I shouldn't have played the illness card. I thought he'd be fussing over me all day. My father's joined a cult, Tevinter Supremacists. They call themselves Venatori. And I can tell you one thing. Whatever he's done for them, he's done it to get to you.
Okay. How do we stop him?
Do you have any suggestions?
You know you're his target. Expecting the trap is the first step in turning it to your advantage. I can't stay in Redcliffe. Alexius doesn't know I'm here, and I want to keep it that way for now. But whenever you're ready to deal with him, I want to be there. I'll be in touch. Oh, and Felix, try not to get yourself killed.
There are worse things than dying, Dorian.
Okay. Now, I still feel like I can... Ooh, what about this? I can loot this. Okay, I'll loot this then. Yoink! Cool, 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 cool. Let me loot this. Awesome. And then we can loot this. Nope. And that's nothing. These are nothing. I'm away. I'm trying to loot. Okay. Okay.
This whole business is distasteful. Perhaps we are better off pursuing the Templars instead.
Just pick one, because both sides need to boot up the Jack side.
Okay. Quest. What is that? What is that? What quest are you? Tell me your secrets. I can't go that way. Those are locked until here we go. Up this way. Oh, guys are always on my way. Loop. Loop. I can't do that. That was stupid. Okay. And then we go this way. Oh, right. He's got the Rammy Ram. Does he? Nope. Wrong thing. Loop. Oh, it's the healer.
Too many people dying for want of simple... My apologies. Can I help you?
Are you running...
Yes. We've many... It's too dangerous to go
Okay.
hunting through the hills to gather more.
There are refugees at the...
Of course they would. These attacks... But if I go to the crossroads I doubt those refugees would risk their lives for a knife here. Why should I risk mine for...
The Inquisition honors the efforts of all who are willing to help the refugees, and we will...
All right. If the Inquisition soldiers... I'll see you at the crossroads soon.
Okay. We grab the list. We talk to her. We say, hey, we got stuff.
I found some of the herbs you were looking for.
Thank you.
Okay.
Goodbye.
Thank you so much for
Perfect. Cool, cool, cool. And that quest doesn't poof, so that's fine. Can't go in there. Quest map. And we go to Haven. Okay. I can't do the whatchamacallit. I have to unlock the Storm Coast. Okay, we got this. Okay. Bloop. Alright, let me get that. What's that? Mabari! It's a song! Andraste's Mabari. We love the bestest voice. Okay. Go here. Vivian.
I met an elven mage earlier. Solus, I believe he was called. I admit I was surprised. I didn't expect to find mages among the Inquisition. Tell me, why were you at the Divine Conclave?
That's an excellent question. This chaos harms everyone. The rebels are apostates. Justice is all that matters. We need the circle restored. The Templars made their beds. Mages should be free. Girl, why were you at the Conclave? As a human rogue, why were you at the Conclave? Chaos harms everyone.
The war benefits no one. It must end. An order must be restored.
If only the rebels saw things so clearly. Justinia's death has shattered the balance of power in Thedas. If it is not restored quickly, countless lives will be lost. Mages, Templars, innocent people of all kinds now look to the Inquisition to decide their fate.
I'll do all I can, and you'll help decide their fates in their hands. I'll do all I can.
I'll try not to let them down.
Failure is a luxury we cannot afford, my dear. For almost 1,000 years, the world believed it was in the hands of the Maker. And now many believe you are the agent of his will. Whatever the truth is, that belief gives you power.
I'll use to change things. I want you to have that power. Andraste chose me. The Chantry will be restored. I'll use to change things.
If that's true, then I'll put it to good use.
I suppose we'll see. I've stolen enough of your time, my dear. Don't let me keep you.
Okay.
All things in this world are finite.
I don't know if Apothecary Adon can get you that many. Lady Trevelyan. May I have a moment?
Okay.
You've brought back some fascinating things. We're putting them to good use.
Okay.
I'll speak with you later. Thank you again for what you've brought back.
Do I have more stuff?
Yes.
Yes, I do. Cool.
Please tell me if you find something. Yes, Ambassador?
I'd like to discuss your parents.
Well, that was quick. Certainly curious about the Trevellians. To what purpose?
A little sudden, but it's time someone made an honest woman of me.
What? Very amusing. You seem serious. I'd like to dispatch a courier asking the bands of House Trevelyan to align themselves with us. What are your thoughts? Should we approach your family for their formal support of the Inquisition?
I'm not in their good graces. They adore politics, sadly. No one puts them in danger. I'll do it. They trust me. Yes, they're very religious.
My parents are on a first-name basis with most priests in Ostwick, and I have a dozen cousins in the Chantry. When they hear I've been touched by Andraste, you'll have to stop them from giving you money.
I'll take that as a yes. Val Royeaux has noted your lineage. It gives the Inquisition some legitimacy, although not so much as we'd hoped.
Why not?
You are from Ostwick. Orlesian nobles consider the free marches somewhat quaint.
I'd call us disorganized. How dare they? Our independence puzzles them. I don't care. Our independence puzzles them.
Orlesians are just baffled free marchers governing themselves
Nosferati insult, but not someone of your stature. Speaking of which, I should thank you for your patience with the simple quarters. The accommodations in Haven are surely rough for someone of your birth.
How do you find it? I'm fine, thank you. At least the isolation's safe. Haven is a freezing dump. How do you find it?
This can't be what you're accustomed to, Ambassador.
One adjusts. I stay busy. It helps take my mind from our surroundings. And the cold, and the wildlife, and the lack of civilization for miles around. Why anyone lived here before we found Andraste's ashes, I cannot imagine.
I'm fine.
Don't worry about me. Haven's more than livable.
Really? If that is how you feel, I'm pleased to hear it. Until next time, my lady.
Okay. Oh, no, I need this one. Because I need Deft Hands. Alright. Almost there. I'm getting closer to it. This one. This one. And this one. Alright, go back this way. Build the watchtowers. 5.
To work?
And then... yes. Oh, this is like... okay.
Let's see what we have.
That's done. Oh, here we go. I need this one. Cool. Except... no. And then we can do the Seeds of Andraste. Perfect. Okay. Now I can go to the Storm Coast and I can get the bestest boy. Well, one of them. Okay. This one. This one. What is this? Oh, special shipments. Okay. And then this. Storm Coast. I'll take you. I'll take you. And I'll take you. Because this whole party is going to change very soon. I love it. I love it. Okay. Nope.
Your worship, for what it's worth, welcome to the Storm Coast. I would have sent word sooner, but our efforts have been delayed.
How so?
There's a group of bandits operating in the area. They know the terrain, and our small party has had trouble going up against them. Some of our soldiers went to speak with their leader. Haven't heard back, though.
I'll do what I can to find our people.
Thank you, Your Worship. That's a relief. The soldiers didn't have an exact location for the bandits, but they were starting their search farther down the beach. With all this fuss, we haven't been able to conduct a proper search for the wardens either. Well, good luck, and enjoy the sea air. I hear it's good for the soul.
Okay. Where was I going? I don't have that stuff, so that's fine. Give me... Where are you? There you are. Bloop.
I've new, sir. What is it? See for yourself, sir.
Okay. Take that. Go up this way. Take this. And look at that.
Who placed the skull out here, and for what purpose?
Yep. There's that. I kind of love how, like, creepy it is. And they find out that, like, not the true purpose, the true purpose. They're like, oh, this is why there's skulls there. Alright. Where is the third one? I don't know where the third one is. Okay, well, I'll come back. We got to go help Bull and his men. We're coming, Bull. I'm just looting in the process. Doop. Sneaky, sneaky, sneaky. Sneaky, sneaky, sneaky. Boop. Alright. This one. Where's my team? Over there, okay. I didn't see Cassandra at first, and I was like, what the hell? Like, I see my archer and my mage, but where's Cassandra? Go down. Thank you.
Chargers! Stand down!
Hi, Bull!
Grim, how'd we do?
5 or 6 wounded, Chief. No dead.
That's what I like to hear. Let the throat cutters finish up, then break out the casks. So, you're with the Inquisition, huh? Glad you could make it. Come on, have a seat. Drinks are coming.
Okay.
Iron Bull, I presume.
Yeah, the horns usually give it away. I assume you remember Cremisius Aclassi, my lieutenant.
Good to see you again. Throat cutters are done, Chief.
Already? Have them check again. I don't want any of those Tevinter bastards getting away. No offense, Krem.
None taken. At least a bastard knows who his mother was. Puts him one up on you Canary, right?
So, you've seen us fight. We're expensive, but we're worth it. And I'm sure the Inquisition can afford us.
How much is this going to cost me exactly?
Wouldn't cost you anything personally. Unless you want to buy drinks later. Your ambassador, what's her name? Josephine. We'd go through her and get the payments set up. Gold will take care of itself. Don't worry about that. All that matters is we're worth it.
Grab him.
The Chargers
and never let him go.
They are. But you're not just getting the boys. You're getting me. You need a frontline bodyguard. I'm your man. Whatever it is. Demons? Dragons? The bigger the better. And there's one other thing. Might be useful. Might piss you off. Ever hear of the Ben Hasra?
No.
never heard of it.
It's a Canary order. They handle information, loyalty, security, all of it. Spies, basically. Or, well, we're spies. The Ben Hasrath are concerned about the breach. Magic out of control like that could cause trouble everywhere. I've been ordered to join the Inquisition, get close to the people in charge, and send reports on what's happening. But I also get reports from Ben Hasrath agents all over Orlais. You sign me on, I'll share them with your people.
Why would you admit this?
You're a Kunari spy, and you just told me.
Whatever happened at that Conclave thing, it's bad. Someone needs to get that breach closed. So whatever I am, I'm on your side.
You still could have hidden what you are.
From something called the Inquisition?
Yep.
I'd have been tipped sooner or later. Better you hear it right up front from me.
Ow. 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 I just pulled my hair really badly. It's fine. I don't need my hair. It's whatever.
What would you send home in these reports of yours?
Enough to keep my superiors happy. Nothing that'll compromise your operations. The Canary want to know if they need to launch an invasion to stop the whole damn world from falling apart. You let me send word of what you're doing, it'll put some minds at ease. That's good for everyone.
What can you tell us?
What's in these Ben Hasrath reports you're offering to share?
Enemy movements, suspicious activity, intriguing gossip. It's a bit of everything. Alone they're not much, but if your spy master is worth a damn, she'll put him to good use.
She?
I did a little research. Plus, I've always had a weakness for redheads.
I love how I'm just knocking everything off my desk. I wasn't even near it.
Alright,
Excellent. Krem, tell the men to finish drinking on the road. The Chargers just got hired.
How about the calves, Chief? We just opened them up with axes.
Find some way to seal them. You're Tervinter, right? Try blood magic. We'll meet you back at Haven.
I don't know where it fell. I'm sad. Alright, give me you. I'll take you. Okay. This. I need the Templars, but I can't get them. Take this. Nothing here I can steal. Over here I can take. There's a cave over here? Did I know there was a cave over here? I knew there was a cave over here. Hey, Bull, you want to just go in and kill stuff? And leave me out of it? That'd be cool. Blech. Hate it. It's dark and spooky. Maybe they won't know I'm here. Oh, it's little dudes. It's fine. Nope. Oh, never mind. You're not a little dude. Ugh. So gross. So gross. Alright, loot you. I feel like there should be more light that I can activate. Take this. That. I guess not. I guess that was it. Well, okay then. That wasn't that bad. It almost got me to the next level. Almost. This one. This one. Okay. Oh.
Those must be the bandits Harding mentioned.
Sneaky, 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 sneaky. Kind of funny that they're here when I was just here and there was nobody. Oh, itchy. Okay. There we go. Well, I can't stab you because of your shield. Well, why are you not helping me? Why are you just sitting there looking pretty? Rude. Okay. There we go, bull. Okay. Need that? Oh, no, I need this. I need this. Need 2 more. All the Mr. Beakers. All the Mr. Beakers. So this is this champagne? Yeah, this is Blood Lotus. I take this. I take this. I grab this. We take the shard.
That's what the skull lit up. What is it?
I don't know where the other one is. Grab the book. Okay. This way. All right. You get stuck. Stop it. Why are you being a brat, Rex? Stop it. All right, guys. I know it's a steep climb, but we can do it. I believe in us. We made it. All right, and then go up here. Nope, can't climb that. Not even gonna bother trying. Okay. We're dead. You're dead. Ew! Come on. I know, Mr. Mabari, I don't want to hurt you, but I have to. Because your owners are so mean.
You're not gonna start that Kyun rubbish where you're trying to convert me, are you?
No.
What's so funny about that?
You aren't really Vitathari material.
What's that mean? I could be a Vivi, one of those things. Bloody good one, too.
Okay. This one? Okay.
Someone should pay for this.
This one.
Our men were murdered by a group called the Blades of Hessarian.
If you're interested, it looks like we can challenge their leader.
Naming themselves after the sword that killed Andraste. Ambitious.
Right. Blades and their challenges. Biggest sword wins.
This one? Oh!
It looks like the bandits are camped further along the beach.
Pain in the butt. I was so close. Kind of funny because I sold a bunch of stuff too. Alright. I need a deep stalker hide? I killed deep stalkers and get hide out of them? Well, that sucks. Alright, let's go this way. Gentle slide. Gentle slide. Love that for me. Okay. Oh, I probably should have, like, flanked him from behind. That would have made sense. Damn, bull. Okay. Nope. This one. Ow! There we go. Well, go after the dude with the shield. He's a pain in the butt. Okay. This one. Ugh, come on. Why am I not doing damage on the Mabari? Ugh. Come on. There we go. Bull, stay alive. I didn't level you. I was gonna level you in a minute. Come on. There you go. Okay. This one. Oh my god. Alright, you go down. Because you're an icicle. There we go. And then the Mabari. That's Sarah. That's Vivian. Okay. We're good! We did it! Sweet! Okay. Chapter 2. I need a couple more power, and I can do the Templars. You need Bolt. You're in my way. I need to do requisitions. Don't step in the pile of shit. Okay. I accepted it. Ew. Elfroot. I need the Serpent Rock. Or Serpent Stone, or whatever it's called. Elfroot. Because if I turn that in, that gives me a power. Like, I'm not gonna find it because I need it. Dragon!
Okay, that's badass.
Wow, we can watch, yeah?
Alright, yeah, I'm not fighting that dude. I'm gonna look for Serpent Stone while they fight it out. There's loot over here, though. I'm gonna sneaky sneak to the loot. Loot. No! Loot! Ow. It's all stuff I can't take. Boo! Oh god. You don't see me. You don't see me. You don't see me! Okay. Oh god. I think we made it. Where's my team? Here's my team. Alright, team. Go do Fade Rift stuff. Alright. Oh, I should have leveled him because I could have given him the aggro things that he needs. Boo! We'll be fine. Okay. 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 That's done. Alright, you guys do that. I'm going to disrupt you. Disrupt! Disrupt! Didn't matter. Cool. Oh my god! Vivian, hold on! There, we're good. Ugh. Oh, my bad. Nothing is there. Okay. This one. And then this one. You're done. And you're done. Beautiful. Perfection. Okay. We loot. And man, if I could find just 2 more Serpent Stone, I would be good. Okay, I have to go this way. Okay. And then this way. I think. I don't know if I can climb this. Come on, girl. You can do it. I believe in you. You can do it. Nope. I was hoping, but it just wasn't good enough. Damn it, this is a different stone. I need serpent. Boo. Can you get a campsite at least? Because, you know, if I'm going to be lost here, I might as well have a camp. Elf fruit, not what I want. Such a... Ooh.
We should look around.
Up here. Ooh, take that. It's not what I need, but I'll still take it. Alright, what's up here? Oh. Here we go. This and this. Grey Warden's Journal. Okay.
Wardens were here at some point.
There was an enemy that popped up on my radar. Where the hell did it go? Rams, can I ride you? Like the trusty steeds that you can be? Alright, let me go this way. Okay. I don't know where I am. Shit, I'm stuck. Alright. Stop it. Maybe I'm getting this area confused with another one? That could maybe be it. Alright. Let me grab this. And grab this. And sneaky sneakies. Okay. Oh, I did all that work for nothing. Oh, that's a little bit better. Okay. Perfect. Hi-de-ho! As I freeze. I'm just being comfy. I'm just being comfy. Doing a little murder. Not the bestest boy, though I don't wanna. Alright. Okay. Alright.
Hey, Sarah, you see how I took that one guy's head clean off?
But hi-de-ho! Happy Wednesday!
Really? You kill how many people and one little decapitation bugs you?
Killing, whatever. But when a bit comes off, it's not them anymore. You don't see that. It's like suddenly meat.
No, I've never seen that.
It's like suddenly meat. Okay, this is I've been here, but there's stuff here and I don't know how to get here. And Sarah, you're nimble, you get up there. Okay, I'm lost. It's fine. We don't need to be here anymore. I mean, should I? Yes, but I'm just not. I'm just not. Camps, wardens. Rifts. What is this? Shards. I bait too. Hi. Why do I keep lagging? Herb-a-gerb. Herb-a-gerb. Do you want to bite my boss? Too much water in the area? Oh, that's not fun. Are you guys dealing with all the rain too? I've had a sinus headache from the storms we were supposed to get, and then we never got them. So I'm kind of sad about that. Doop. That's valid. That's valid. This is true, and I will say the water in this game looks so fucking good. Like, I've even lowered my settings, and it still looks real damn good. So, Mayhap, I'm sleepy. Do you mind if we cuddle? Do you mind if we just cuddle? All right. I have a massager. I have this like really awesome like massaging handgun, and it uses like a lot of force, but it feels really good. So, you know, you provide the cuddles. I provide the massage gun. Win-win for everybody. Okay. I need one more fucking point so I can go deal with the Templars, and I just can't get the point. Oh. I mean, she might.
So it's true. Butler has stand on us. I hope my hunch was wrong.
You knew him well?
Not as well as I thought. Show me the reports. There were so many questions surrounding Faria's death. Did he think we wouldn't notice? He's killed Faria, one of my best agents, and knows where the others are. You know what must be done. Make it clean. Painless if you can. We were friends once.
It will be done.
I'm sorry you had to see that. Trust me. Everything I do is to protect our interests. Now, if you're happy, I have more work to do.
So,
reports of fade rifts and demons keep coming.
So,
the people are terrified, and it's only getting
Butler
worse.
turned.
The only thing that will calm their fears now is
We go to kill Butler, or we in the Inquisition sense, not so much the Musets. But then we do something. We do the not the hideout, the fort, and the girl's looking for Butler because he has information, but we find him dead by the other people. So,
Why do you care?
Hmm.
I've known mages. Some of them were better people than me. And yet I'm free and they're not. It's not right.
Okay.
I'll leave you to your work.
Boop.
Though you had granted them power over the
Wee bloop. I just want my stupid point, which I'm not gonna get from these quests. Because I know what they are and they're not what I need. Boo! Wait, you're not done yet? 9 minutes! Fuck.
Yes. Haven has limited space for our soldiers to train. Perhaps we could set up something over here.
That sucks. Okay, well... I did those. That's fine. Those are done. Alright.
Let's see what we have.
Okay, well that's done at the very least. And then remains, successor, flames of the Inquisition, investigate the shards. Eventually I'll get over to do them. Eventually. And then I have these, which I just... I need 2 more points. And one of them would be if I could just turn in my fucking... I can just turn in my requisitions, but I can't find the items. Which is not cool. I'm very angry. I wanna just continue. And I can't. Because I don't have the fucking points. Yeah. Disease tissue. Ferelden locks. I haven't found any Ferelden locks. And I need a couple more pieces of Serpent Stone. And like I'm mad because I killed Deepstalker and apparently I didn't get their hide. So get stronger. Mortar more people. Where am I? I'm not where I thought I was. Hi, I'm not where I thought I was.
At least we've got Inquisition troops out at Redcliffe.
Yeah. Trying to think. I still have a couple more here, I think. And ooh, camp. Camp? Alright, click you. And then click you. Let's bring the bestest boy. Okay, he's second bestest boy, but he's bestest boy. And we bring you. And we bring you. I keep meaning to go get Blackwall. I don't use him, but I like having him just because I like having a full set of people. And I just haven't made my way over to him yet. I keep getting sidetracked, which is how I play this game. But I will say on my mage playthrough, I was very proud of myself because I got 100. I got the perfect score for Wicked Heart, Wicked something. I forget what it's called. The quest that I liked doing, I thought it was really fun and awesome. And then every playthrough, I'm like, I hate it. This quest is so long and complicated for no reason. Like, I still love it, but I still also dread it when I get it. I'm like, ugh, why? Alrighty. And then we go this way. I have Horsey. Let's go play with Horsey. Come here, Chestnut. There you go. I've been playing too much Baldur's Gate. I hear that, like, oh, I think Baldur's Gate. I'm like, but I don't have it open. Oh, right. I found your friend.
Where are you?
We're just passing time.
I rescued Ritz. She'd been ambushed by Templars while passing time with one of the apostates.
I mean, this is true.
Ritz, you idiot.
Nope, too bad. You said it.
I appreciate you finding her, and I'll see to it that this never happens again.
Yay! I need one more power. It's there. Chestnut Bestnut. I'm gonna put it in Discord. I'm gonna be like, this is the best quote ever. That's okay. I keep looking at his butt, so. No! You broke me, Mel. You broke me. I'm frozen. How dare you delete yourself? That's not cool. Oh god. Deep puff of smoke yourself. Smoking is bad. Oh my god, look at us just decimate this area. Okay, done. I can do hushed whispers. Also, hi. Oh, your ring, right? Yep. Templars are assholes. This is why we don't like them. It's fine. It also would have helped too if I had turned in the quests that I did. I may have complete. What the fuck? I did this quest. I talked to you.
They don't care who they kill.
Yes.
You're saying the Templars attacked your...
Aye. He was digging out a stump. The foot had to be
I don't always do them, but every once in a while, there's like, I have just in, well, because that's kind of the whole point, but like, I'll have just a surplus of material and I can just easily get, I can get a couple points. Okay, there we go. All right, now let's go and loot this person. Oh, I didn't go sell shit. God damn it. Alright, quest map. Let's go back to Haven. I'm gonna go sell my shit. Sell my shit. Take my loot. And then I'm gonna unlock the quest, and then I'm gonna go to bed. Because I'm gonna have a very long fucking day tomorrow, and I need sleep. I need willpower. Right? Mayhap, you would have been so proud of me today. I just want you to know this. So I kind of like had a spat with my boss today because he just pisses me off. Thank you for it to have Betty's. And as much I raised my voice and I clapped back because I'm just tired of the bullshit, but I didn't use language. I didn't use language. I was very good. I used language when I was talking to a coworker after her and I were just dropping F-bombs. It was great. I wanted to sell shit. That was why I came all this way. I got this way. I don't know how to get horses. That's a later problem. That's a Google problem. Buy, sell. Sell. Alright. Sell all of this, because it's not a lot, but it's something. And then we can sell this. I may not go through my inventory as much as I should. All right. Okay. Cool. Hey, now I have stuff for more looting. I read a good horse could smell the difference, and I was a little concerned and a little confused. All right, go this way. Go this way. Go this way.
I did not see good Templars and evil mages.
All right. Boo, 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 boo. Alright, summon the council. You know how dumb I was playing this game originally? I used to get so mad because there was always the quest marker for the war council, but like my brain, especially when we do Skyhold, my brain never comprehended that it was because there was quests there, and I was like, why the fuck can't I click this? Because I was doing quests. I'm just a little slow. I want to do that one. I don't know where to put you. I'll put you here. Okay. Oh, okay, well that works. Sure, you could go that. Back over here. Slide, 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 slide. Give me. Oh, the butts. 4 to 7. Good. I am of level.
The order was founded to fight magic.
Woo. Very nice butts.
To bring the Templars out of exile.
We've received word from a knight recruit. They gather at Theronfall Redoubt.
It has been vacant for decades. Why go there?
We must approach the Lord Seeker again to get anywhere. We can ask him then.
We should offer an alliance, much leash them first. The Lord Seeker won't help us.
If we present a plan to seal the breach, the Templars may ally with us.
First, we must prove ourselves a more attractive prospect.
If it's status the Lord Seeker seeks, the Inquisition will approach him after allying with the noblest houses in Orlais.
They'll come with us to Theronfall and demand the Templars' help close the breach.
You believe that will work?
Even the Lord Seeker would find it difficult to ignore so many nobles on his doorstep.
They're talking and all they hear is blah, 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 plan. Blah, 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 blah. No murder. Blah, blah, blah.
If it stops the sky from ripping open, I'm listening.
Yeah.
From the Fade by Andraste, have been legion among the Templars.
We've done our part to encourage them.
A herald with a few companions may be dismissed.
I get different colors though.
That same herald returning with noble
Blink,
support
blink,
will be reconsidered.
blink.
As will the power of the Inquisition.
Alright. Maybe that's her will. I mean, inspiration or bait makes sense. Maybe it's her will.
This could be why Andraste saved me, to lead her Templars against the breach.
Perhaps also to convince the Lord Seeker to abandon the mania that has seized him.
The man just fucking nuts.
After his appearance in Val Royeaux, hang what the Lord Seeker thinks.
We do not need the Lord Seeker. We need his Templars, with or without his approval. The breach will not wait for our differences to settle.
Yay!
Good news. Several noble or legion houses will petition the Templars to help us stop the breach.
Cool.
Lord Abernash will approach you. Sign nothing he offers, but his gossip's reliable.
I hope he knows the Lord Seeker's mood. The Templars will never help without his consent.
Okay. But this is a good place to end chat because it's late and I'm tired and I'm going to have a very long day tomorrow. I sense a meeting happening with my boss. And the cutest of waves. All the other waves, they're just waves, you know? They come and go, but I'm forever or some such. I don't know. I forgot I'm in a cutscene. I haven't done this side quest stuff in forever. It's just main quest stuff, but I did the Templars my first run through, and I've been doing mages ever since. That sounds wrong. Oh well. And this is where I have to like drop flags or something like that. In the order you think is most important.
The Herald of Andraste.
What's up?
Lord Esmeralda. Honored to participate. It is not unlike the second dispersal of the reclaimed Dales.
Oh, the Huggies.
Ah, Lady Vivienne. We met at last summer's ball. The Duke introduced us.
Indeed. I could not possibly forget the occasion.
The Lord Seeker is willing to hear our petition about closing the breach. A credit to our alliance with the Inquisition. Care to mark the moment? 10 Orlesian houses walk with you.
Of course, perhaps an overblown speech. Save it for the Lord Speaker. Of course.
The Inquisition values this alliance, Lord Abernash. The Templars must see reason. We can't let the breach endanger us any longer.
Oh yes, ghastly looking thing. The Lord Seeker can't think we're ignoring it. Speaking of which, I don't suppose you'd divulge what finally got their attention. Rumor will, if you won't.
What do you mean?
The Lord Seeker won't meet us until he greets the Inquisition in person. Quite a surprise after the...
I like the top half of my outfit, but I hate my pants. They like, I don't know, make my crotch look stupid.
The Inquisition only asks the Lord Seeker help us close the breach.
Then it's all been arranged by your ambassador. Let the diplomats work their magic if you trust them. Between you and I, the Chantry never took advantage of their Templars. Wiser heads should steer them. Here we are, Therinfol Redoubt.
Defensible. I like it. Someone worked out some issues building this place.
It appears they've sent someone to greet you. Present well. Everyone is a little tense for my liking.
Good
Okay.
thing the nobles are here. Maybe the Templars are attracted to shiny objects.
I mean, I'm attracted to shiny objects.
His mind about us rather quickly. Is he known for that?
The Lord Seeker isn't reputed to be fickle. Something must have changed.
Okay. Now I can save my game. All right, though, friends. Now we can save. Now I can go sleepies. But friends, thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. I greatly appreciate it. I wish I could figure out my encoding issue. I don't know what's setting it off. It's pissing me off, though, to no freaking end. No end. I will not see you tomorrow, as I do not stream on Thursdays, but we will be back on Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern for Final Fantasy XIV occult stuff. I'm going to try, Mayhap. I sense disaster, you know? If how today ended, I just see tomorrow being a disaster. But yeah, so we'll be back Friday with the cult stuff. Tomorrow in Discord at around 7 p.m. I will be jumping into 14 to do the re-clears that I didn't do today and a PvP. So if you guys want in on that, let me know, and I'll be more than happy to throw you into my party, kidnap you, and do those re-clears real quick. We're just doing normal re-clears, not savage or anything fancy. That's the plan and the goal. As always, make sure you take care of yourself mentally. It is just as important as taking care of yourself physically. And I do all hope you have a great and wonderful rest of your night and a fantastic day tomorrow. I love you guys. Go drink water. Take care of yourselves. Till later.